hit me here. Apparently, this is a painful place.
On your teeth?
And then they were beating me. They broke my teeth. They broke my jaw. They broke my ribs. I couldn't take it anymore. My bad luck was that they had Laika. They knew that I was, from their standpoint, evidently a spy.
Yes.
I was sure that it was developed totally. It wasn't. Mainly, apparently, water did not come to the end, and some last 4 or 5 squares, like I had 38 or something squares. At a certain point, SS officer brings it, and he says, "What is this?" Now, thinking that everything was destroyed, my explanation was, I am not concerned with the war. I have a girlfriend in Switzerland. I lived in Switzerland before, which was true. I gave correct name, street, whatsoever. I wanted to escape from Poland, live in Switzerland, get out of this mess. I have nothing against Germans. I don't want to live in Poland. I have enough of it. I found a man who told me, give it in Geneva to somebody. I gave the name, fictional now. What is inside, I asked him. Pictures of the ruins of Warsaw. There is nothing else in this film. For this, he gave me money and promised me that his friend in Switzerland will pay me for it. This is why I have this film. SS man now takes it from his drawer, stretches, gives me a magnifying glass, says, read it. And then to my horror, I see the last 4 or 5 squares, not even coded, pure, clear text of some report which was insignificant, names only, first letters, and then he says, you are lying. So then, beating, you must tell us who you are, who sent you. He was a rather cultured man, as a matter of fact, young man, good-looking, efficient, whatsoever. His point was, you are in the Polish underground. We want to get in touch with you, with your leaders. We want to have some settlement. We are not interested in killing the Poles. We are not interested in destroying your elite. We must find some accommodation so that the Poles will not fight us anymore. Well, the war is practically over. It doesn't make any sense. For this, you must enable us to get in touch with your authorities. Of course, I was playing the role. I'm stupid. I don't know anything, etc. Beating. Well, I couldn't take it anymore. Now, in my shoe, I had a blade, very primitive at that time. I cut both hands, succeeded cutting.
You cut your veins.
Now I had, this is after cosmetic operation, eventually in 1943. So at that time it was uglier. They saved me. Now, apparently they considered that Prešov is not safe for me. They send me back to Poland by car, with 2 Gestapo with me. Now I had the good luck. They sent me to Nowy Sącz, from which I departed, and where I had a liaison girl who was responsible for my trip. They sent me to a prison hospital, public hospital, only in my room, Gestapo. Every 8 hours they were changing and treating me. I was badly hurt. My hands were this.
You were very important for them.
Yes, they wanted to save me, apparently, for confrontations. And now, so my point was, I learned it is nowy sącz, how to establish contact with the girl. I succeeded. Mainly, first, there was a doctor. His name is Słowikowski. He still lives in Poland. I saw him after the war. When he treated my hands, he just whispered to me, you are very sick. Simulate that you are very sick. Try to stay in the hospital as long as possible. We will do something. You are sick. So I understood. So I was mortally sick all the time. Then I want to go to confession. I committed a mortal sin. I want to go to confession. In that hospital there was a chapel. Gestapo agreed. So on the wheels, I went to mass, I went to confession. And then I played a luck. A priest, whatever I say, is safe. I confessed, got absolution, and then I stay. Slovak language is very similar to Polish. I don't know Slovak. In Polish I whisper, Father, I have more to say. What? Somebody has to go. Such is the name. Such is the address. There will be a young lady. And tell her what happens here. I am Witold. Tell her, Witold is here. Nothing else. My pseudonym at that time. Amusing story. Father answered, my son, this is confession. This is not politics. You have no right to ask me for this. But then he said, well, I will think about it. 2 or 3 days later, a nun comes. They were allowed to serve. He approached my bed.
Jan Karski, 3e.
Well, 2 or 3 days later, a nun enters my room. They were allowed to serve the hospitals. She brought me some apples, some cookie. She approaches my bed. I recognized it was my liaison girl. She put everything. She whispered to me, Józek notified. Józek was at that time the most prominent socialist leader, Józef Cyrankiewicz. After the war, he served for 18 years as the Prime Minister of Poland.
And he was in Auschwitz too.
Yes, the same one. He organized my escape. This. Now, I whisper now to the nun, to the liaison girl, do everything, whatever they want. I cannot go back to Gestapo. I cannot take torture any longer. Either let them save me, or let them give me cyanide. I cannot take it.
Cyanide.
Cyanide.
Poison.
Poison. She returned again, 2 days, whatever it is, brought me some fruits, puts her hand under a pillow. This is cyanide. Very well organized. This is a pill. Put it. It is well adapted on a tape with hair around it. Whispers to me, put it under your groins. Don't use it. Józek told me they will try to save you. Only in extreme take it. They saved me. Very simply. Apparently what I learned later, one of the Gestapo men was so-called Volksdeutscher. They bought him. They gave him some false documents, money. He ran also. He did not see that some few nights on some signal from Dr. Słowikowski, I had to take all my clothes, naked, get out of my room, cross the corridor, approach a window. The window would be open, and jumped down without thinking about anything else.
Completely naked.
Completely naked. I jumped down. And some husky hands, it was, I believe, the second floor, nothing. Husky men, some clothes, took me. There is some river, to a boat. I thank them profusely for saving my life. The guy who later became my friend said, well, don't thank us too much. We had 2 orders to save you. If there would be complications, to shoot you. Says, that's all right. We were lucky, you were lucky. Took me to some estate, little estate, which the Germans allowed to function, and I spent there some 3 months. First, to recover. Secondly, we had a rule in the underground. Once you were arrested by Gestapo, and then you escaped, we called it, you had to pass through quarantine period. You are not kosher, you know, and we have to check, are you observed, are you followed, or perhaps you are a double agent, whatsoever. So 3 months passed, I recovered completely. I wanted to go back, still they kept me over there, and then they said, all right. I went back to Krakow, spent in Krakow some 4 or 5 months. This is now, we are 1940. Then in Krakow, arrests took place. As a matter of fact, at that time, commander of Krakow, Home Army, was Bor Komorowski. So he left Krakow, went to Warsaw, became deputy commander-in-chief, and eventually, when Rowecki was arrested in July 1943, he became commander-in-chief. He writes about me, his book here, all this mission. And he left Krakow. I left Krakow as well. Then came Cyrankiewicz, mainly. In April, I remember, Easter time, Cyrankiewicz arrested. I had highest admiration for him. He saved my life. As a matter of fact, I volunteered to the Polish Socialist Party. If there is some rescue squad, I must be in it. He said, my life, I want to contribute now something for him. They rejected this. They said, you are intelligentsia, this is a rough, tough job.
Yes.
You are not good for this kind of things.
Okay.
Washington, Karski 4e.
Well, what in the middle of 1942, first I was thinking about it to continue my service as a courier. Among others, I approached the delegate of the Polish government in the underground. At that time, it was a certain Professor Piekałkiewicz. He said, yes, if you want to go, it is a little dangerous because you are marked. You have still, your wrists are recognizable. And of course, Gestapo knows that you escaped. But perhaps it will work. As a matter of fact, the socialist leader, Pujak, he was against sending me, but I insisted. They agreed to do it. So now, I went in the same character, approaching the leadership of every political major parties. Peasant Party, Socialist Party, Nationalist Party, Christian Labor Party. Then messages from the delegate of the government. And everyone had right to ask me to deliver their messages either to their groups in London or even to the individuals. They trusted my memory. And they trusted my honesty. I will not make any intrigues.
You didn't take any kind of notes?
None whatsoever this time.
Everything was memorized?
Purely everything was in my head. Nothing. Except one thing. This is now, we are in 1942. Already our equipment better. Already Americans and British supplied us. Yes, I did take mainly microfilm. The size of it was like American matches, some 3 matches put together row. It was melted into a key, small key, and then melted back. And my, so to say, mission was to hold the key completely unrecognizable. This I succeeded to carry with me. I was not arrested during that time. Then in London, when they developed that microfilm, it represented 400 typed pages. Such technique was already developed. Americans entered the picture and already helped us. So this was the only message I had. Of course, I had no slightest idea what was in that key, only hold this key. If there is a danger, of course, throw it, etc. Otherwise, everything to my memory. Now, when I agreed and started to circulate between political parties and then political council, we had a council of the political parties attached to the delegate of the government. Now, the Jewish leaders learned about it. The courier goes, apparently he is reliable, etc. They learned about me. So now, the Jewish leaders, they had their own underground movement. As you know, in Poland, you had 100 types of Jews, assimilated, not assimilated, organized. Well, I presume you know, they had a multitude of political parties, groups, orientations, etc. So now, the most important groups was Bund and Zionists. Politically, both of them already were, so to say, incorporated into the apparatus of the delegate, but they were separate. They had their own organization.
Jan Karski 5e.
Well, at a certain point, the information came from the delegate of the government that Jewish leaders want to see you. Apparently, they want to use your services. Do you want to see them? Yes, I want. Meeting arranged. I met them twice.
When was it?
This was in October 1942, at the beginning.
At the time where the situation of the Jews of Warsaw was catastrophic.
Yes, in October, at the beginning of October, of course, end of September probably, possibly. By that time, Jewish ghetto in Warsaw, which originally consisted of approximately 400,000 Jews. Over 300,000 were already deported
To Treblinka.
between somehow July, August, whatsoever, September.
22
Still in
July.
the ghetto at that time were approximately 50,000
Left.
Jews left. Yes.
And all the others had been already gassed in Treblinka.
Yes. As a matter of fact, at that time, even the ghetto, practically there were 4 ghettos within the walls of the original ghetto. In some parts, the Aryans could move. Some parts of it were empty. Nobody wanted to go to Deepland, live over there. The most important part was the so-called central ghetto. Around Plac Muranowski, ulica Muranowska, I don't know whether you visited it.
I did.
This was the part I was smuggled in. Well, so now to the meetings. A meeting was arranged. There were 2 gentlemen. It was very formal at the beginning. They introduced themselves. I represent, for the sake of this meeting, Bund, 1. I represent Zionists.
They didn't give their names.
Nobody gave the names, only Polish leaders. You know, I knew them. I was in contact several times. So, of course, nobody introduced, nobody was supposed to know my name, as a matter of fact. We had pseudonyms. Only with the Polish leaders.
Yes, because you knew them.
Yes,
so
I
you
knew who they were. Now, those 2 gentlemen, I was never involved in Jewish affairs. As you know, I am not a Jew. So I didn't know them, naturally. Until today, you know, I do not know their names. Only after the war, in all Polish publications, they mentioned that the man who represented Bund was Feiner.
Leon Feiner.
Yes. I never knew during the war, when even I reported to London. I did not report the name, only authorized leader of Bund told me this and this. And second, Zionist. In the Polish publications after the war, they say he was Berman.
Adolf Berman.
They introduced themselves, and then they told me, we know about you. We know you are going to London. We also have messages. Will you take messages from us? We are Polish citizens. We feel we are entitled to the services. But this is up to you. Mr. Witold was my pseudonym. I said, yes, I will do it. Then they presented their demands.
Can you describe the meetings, the 2 men? Did it take place in the ghetto, the meeting?
No. 2 eyes, 2 houses outside of the ghetto. They did not live in the ghetto. The Zionist leader never went with me to the ghetto. On my 2 visits to the Warsaw ghetto, Bund leader accompanied me, apparently Feiner. Zionist leader, I never met him again. I never met again after those meetings, even
Yes.
Bund leader, naturally.
Yes. But let's come back to the first meeting.
In some old house, ruined, cold. It was beginning of October, already cold. They were well dressed, relatively undistinguishable from the Aryan, naturally, area. Then during the meeting, at various points, so to say, they did break down.
They broke
Yes.
down.
yes, they broke down. They were, of course, excited, frustrated, shouting, whispering, walking the rooms. When they were describing their demands, what do they want? Well, so now I go back in my memory to the other world. So what is your... Do you want me now to deal with those 2 sessions?
Oh, yes.
Or about the ghetto?
No, the 2 sessions. What did they ask specifically to you to report to the world?
They gave me several messages. Some of them, one of them, only to the President of the Polish Republic, Władysław Raczkiewicz. They specifically forbid me to discuss this subject with the Jewish leaders in London. Mainly, they were afraid that in their zeal, despair, frustration, they might complicate the problem. The problem was the Germans are physically exterminating the Jews. From whatever we know, this will continue, regardless of the outcome of the war. On humanitarian basis, Zionists, as a matter of fact, interjected, Christianity has roots in Judaism. We feel entitled to expect protection from the Vatican. Sanctions must be applied against Catholics who take directly or indirectly any part in Jewish extermination.
Excuse me, did they give you the feeling, and did they have themselves the feeling that what was at stake at the time was the extermination not of individuals, but of the whole of the Jewish people in Poland?
Both of them. They had no doubts about this. The most outspoken was the Bund leader.
What did he say?
In this respect? Well, many, of course, majority of the Poles consider themselves Catholics. I repeat now their reaction. Now, however, there are very many Germans, many German officials who not only are born Catholics, but who consider themselves still Catholics. As a matter of fact, Hitler was a born Catholic. From whatever we know about your Catholic Church, we understand the Pope has a jurisdiction in excommunicating the faithful. We leave it to the wisdom, to the conscience of the President of the Polish Republic to approach the Pope. You will discuss it only with him, not even with the Prime Minister, not with the Jewish leaders. We understand diplomatic protocol. Only the head of state can approach the Pope on our behalf to apply sanctions against the Catholics, both Polish and Germans, and to make those sanctions public. Perhaps it will help a little. Who knows? Perhaps Hitler will reflect if excommunication publicly will be announced.
What did they ask specifically was excommunication.
They mentioned several times. We know excommunication is in the jurisdiction of the Pope. There are precedents that he did it.
Jan Karski 7e.
What? So now,
Excuse
in
me,
this
excuse me.
nightmarish, 2 meetings I had with them, nightmarish meetings. Well, then they presented their demands, separate demands.
Did they show some hope in the fulfillment of these demands or not?
Yes, some of them, yes. It must be done. For instance, Polish authorities on certain subjects so far failed to do their duties. So they were hopeful. You may help us. Certain things must be done. Certain demands, no, they didn't believe themselves.
They didn't believe what they
No.
asked for.
Yeah. So now, do you want me to deal with this problem of their demands? What did they want? So one, the President of the Polish Republic I covered. Intervention with the Pope. Next, to the allied governments only. And in this way, I was supposed to do my utmost to see whomever my cleverness, my shrewdness, my perseverance would allow me to reach them. Only officials, government officials. Polish government, not very important. But you will have to talk to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Interior, to the Council of Ministers, officially. Present to them our demands. What is more important? Allied leaders.
Allied.
Yeah. At that time, I didn't know, they didn't know, that I would reach also America. I didn't expect it. So, British government leaders. Now, the message was, Jewish situation is unprecedented. It never happened before. Hitler cannot be allowed to continue extermination. Consequently, every day counts. Thousands of Jews are being murdered. The allied governments, cannot treat this war only from purely military strategic standpoint. They will win the war if they take such an attitude. But what good will it do to us? Hitler will lose the war against humanity, but he will win his war against the Jews. The allied governments cannot take such a stand. We contributed to humanity. We gave scientists. For thousands of years, we originated great religions. We are humans.
It's what they said.
Yes. The Allies cannot disregard the uniqueness of our problem.
Pardon.
Washington Karski 8e.
Well, they say that Hitler will lose the war, but that he will win his war against the Jews.
What good to the Jews will come out of his victory? At times, they were almost hateful towards me. They were whispering almost with hatred. You Poles, you will survive. You will win this war. You will rebuild your country. You will live. You will make sacrifices, but you will survive as a nation. But we are perishing. Do you understand? We will not survive this war. Then, we understand. We have no country of our own. We have no government. We have no voice in the Allied councils. So we have to use services, little people like you are. So we are trying our best. Will you do it? Will you approach them? Because so far nothing happens. The Allied will listen to the radio. They are winning the war, victories. But we are perishing. Nobody is helping us here. So what is good to us out of all of this? Will you fulfill your mission? Whatever you can do, you are a little man. Perhaps you will be able to contribute something to this problem. Approach the Allied leaders. We want an official declaration of the Allied nations that in addition to the military strategy which aims at securing victory, military victory in this war, extermination of the Jews forms a separate chapter, and the Allied nations formally, publicly announce that they will deal with this problem, that it becomes a part of their overall strategy in this war. Not only defeat of Germany, but also saving the remaining Jewish population. Once they make such an official declaration, they have air force. They drop bombs on Germany. Why cannot they drop millions of leaflets on the German population, informing the German population exactly what their government is doing to the Jews? Perhaps they don't know it. But they have data, they have statistics. Through radio, other means, we give the name of the officials, German officials. We offer statistics. The data is available. Let them inform the German people officially as the governments. This is what the German government is doing. Let them officially, publicly inform the German people. We, the Allies, Allied governments, we expect that the German people will exercise pressure, whatever pressure you can exercise, on your own government, that they stop it. Whatever harm they did, every day counts. They must do it now.
They had an extraordinary feeling of urgency, of emergency.
Yes, naturally, day after day. Extermination continued. This was only August 1942. Next.
And it's Berman who said, I think, that...
he was more... Yes, I think Zionist. Yes, Zionist.
That the Germans understood.
Yes, but most outspoken was Bund leader, apparently fine. Then, our situation is unique. We understand that many people may also feel helpless what to do. So we present the demands also, which we know ourselves probably they cannot do. But we have to present those demands. They were like mad, both of them. At a certain point they were grabbing my, do you understand it? Do you understand it? Let them announce that German war prisoners having been informed what happens to the Jews, still profess allegiance to their government, let them be held responsible for this, for those crimes. Then there are many German nationals in the Allied countries. Those Germans, and we understand they are allowed to do it, who profess allegiance to Germany still, having been informed what happens, let the Allies hold them responsible for it. We understand, perhaps they will not do it. We have to advance these demands. Young men, do you understand? Do you understand? We have to do it, to show to them. It never happened before in history what is happening to our people now. Perhaps it will shake the conscience of the world. This you will give to the government officials. Whatever officials you will be able to.
They asked even for, it's what you write in your book, for execution of these Germans who were in the hands of the Allies.
If it is necessary, or execution. Holding them responsible.
How you protested against this?
At that time I was already an educated man. I studied law. Part of my curriculum was international law. This is against international law. Do you realize? I will. They will not do it. Say, yes, we know it. We want you to say it. To show to them that this is again and again unique situation, that unprecedented actions have to take place, whatever. This is what is on my mind. Perhaps this will help. Perhaps it will help. Let them try whatever. The Allied governments, the Allied nations cannot disregard the Jewish extermination. They cannot just look for military victory and then like mad walking in the room. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand this? Yeah, I will do it. So this was one mission. Next, by the way, there are representatives, Polish Jews. They take part in your national council, in your government.
In London?
In London. Probably they cannot do too much. We don't doubt that they are trying to do their best.
Washington, Karski 9e.
Yes. Then, probably representatives of the Polish Jews in the government cannot do more. But there are international Jewish leaders. For centuries we hear that they are so powerful, that they are so influential in every country, in England, in America, in France. What are they doing? We want evidence. We don't see evidence. They send us money. It is insufficient, by the way, the amount of money we receive. It is totally insufficient. But we don't see any evidence. What else do they do? So where is their influence? Reach as many as possible. Tell them this. They cannot. They must do more. We don't know what they can do. But we want to see that they are doing more for us.
But excuse me, what did they request precisely from the Polish Jews who were in the members of the government?
There were also precise demands. My message was, apparently they considered 3 individuals as, so to say, authoritative representatives of the Polish Jews. Shmuel Zygelboim, member of the National Council. Dr. Schwarzbart, member of the National Council. Dr. Leon Grossfeld, who was not a member of the Bund. He was a leader of the Polish Socialist Party. They considered him, he also, as a Jew, represents the Polish Jews. I reported to those 3. As a matter of fact, when I came to London and began reporting, there was another individual. His name was Tartakover, by the way. He wanted to see me. I refused. I have no message to you. If you want to know what I brought, ask Shmuel Zygelboim, ask Schwarzbart, ask Grossfeld. I never saw Tartakover. I know he resented it. So now, as far as the Polish Jews were concerned, this was the message to them and to the Prime Minister of the Polish government, General Sikorski, and to the Minister of Interior, Władysław Mikołajczyk. The problem was such. There are some Jews who escaped from the ghetto. They live, some of them, under false documents. They do not look Semitic, and they are living among other Poles. Second, there are Jews who succeeded to escape from Poland, who are in hiding. Many of them living with Polish families in the cities or in the countryside.
Succeeded to escape from the ghetto.
From the ghetto, yes. Now, we know there are Poles who blackmail them. Who murder them, who denounce them to Gestapo. We are Polish citizens. Men, do you understand it? We are Polish citizens. There is an underground. You say you are an underground state. You are the government. You must take an action against them. General Sikorski, as commander-in-chief and as a Prime Minister of Poland, must issue orders that the underground movement in Poland will apply punitive sanctions. Executions included, secret executions, kill them. And then publish the names of those whom you killed in the underground press and give the nature of their crimes. Underground press was very widely spread. Then others will learn about it. This is a risky business. Such orders must be issued.
It is a risky business to blackmail the Jews and to denounce them.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I remember when I reported this to Zygelboim, and it was at a point he was already totally disintegrated. He burst out. Such orders will be issued. I will blow up Sikorski's office if he does not issue this order. beginning with February or March 1943. I have photostatic copies. Executions were carried out. The names were published in the underground press. The nature of the crime was specified. And the commitment of the civil commission, it was called, executions will continue against those against whom we have evidence that they committed one of those three crimes. This was to Sikorski, Mikolajczyk, and the Polish leaders, Jews. I was specifically forbidden, by the way, in this respect, not to discuss this problem with any political party leaders. Mm-hmm. They suspected some of them might not like it, apparently, only to those individuals. Next, I was specifically forbidden to discuss the subject with any non-Polish Jew.
This means English Jew,
yes.
American Jew.
They were making the point. This may feed anti-Polish propaganda of anti-Semitism. We don't want it. We want to survive. This is not a political matter.
But they asked something else from Ziegelboim and the other Polish Jews.
What do you mean?
To enter in hunger strikes in front of the governmental buildings, yes. And so on.
Oh, yes. So this was another part of the mission. I carried this mission.
Wow.
Then yes, there was another problem. I didn't know it at that time. I was not acquainted with the Jewish problem or Jewish activities. Both of them, particularly now the Zionist leader, he was again like whispering, hissing to me. Something is going to happen. Particularly young elements, they will fight. They speak about declaration of war against the Third Reich. Unique war in the world history. They say they want to die fighting. By the way, I didn't know at that time Irgum already was active. At that time, October, only later I learned, already Jewish military organization emerged. I had no idea. They didn't tell me about it, only that something is going to happen. The Jews will fight. We approached the commander of the Home Army. They need arms. Those arms were denied.
They were refused.
Refused. Now, we know that when they start fighting, we know how it will end. But they are Polish citizens. They want to fight against the enemy. They cannot be denied arms. If such arms exist, and we know you have arms. This message to Commander-in-Chief, General Sikorski, to issue orders that those arms will be given to the Jews.
This means that they foresaw.
Apparently they knew at that time. I didn't know, but apparently, see, but I...
Jan Karski 10e.
Well, when they asked me to carry the message complaining against the commander-in-chief of the Home Army, I refused to carry the message. Unless they authorized me to seek an appointment with him, to repeat to him what message I am carrying.
But excuse me, when they were requesting for arms already at this time, this means that they foresaw that they would be the Warsaw Ghetto uprising.
Apparently. I understand my role in this film. At that time, I didn't know anything about
And
it.
Berman said, I would like you to repeat this, that it will be the most desperate war which...
Yes. The Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, they are talking about it. They want to they declare a war against the Third Reich. Never such a war took place. They want to die fighting. What can we do? We cannot deny them this kind of death. Well, and then arms. No. So at that point I refused to carry the message, unless they authorized me to seek an appointment with the commander-in-chief of the Home Army, General Stefan Rowecki, who, by the way, perished 1 year later, to repeat to him the complaint and to ask him for comments. They heartily agreed. Go, go. I did go. I did see him. His answer was, I am a military commander. I act within the statute which the Home Army has. I am subjected to orders which are coming from the commander-in-chief. Now, I do have arms. I am using those arms, and I don't have many of them, first, for daily sabotage of my members of the Home Army. Secondly, for larger diversionary activities, derailing trains, blowing up buildings, etc. The most important, I act within our general strategy that I cannot waste any arm. I have to keep them, because when the end of Germany will come, and when the Russian armies will push them on our territories, and we come to the conclusion that this will be a proper moment, I must have every weapon I can put my hand on it to stab Germany in the back. Now, I know that the Jews in the ghetto are contemplating some military action. I understand. I have respect for it. But militarily, it is without any significance. What can they do against the Third Reich? I will give them whatever the commander-in-chief, General Sikorski, orders me to do.
But did he
Otherwise, it is beyond my jurisdiction.
Did he talk at the time about, I think I remember so, about the ability or the inability of the Jews to fight? I think he had some distrust in this respect.
Well, as far as I remember, he did not consider it as an action of military significance. But he was a military leader. He acted within his statute. This was a moral standpoint which had to be applied, ethical, whatsoever. but he would do it. He must receive order that his...
But as a matter of fact, he said the same thing as Berman, when Berman told you this will be the most hopeless declaration of war.
Yes, only Berman wanted the arms.
Yes, I know.
And he says, I act under orders. Within the structure of my organization, only military actions count. I must receive specific orders from the commander-in-chief. Now, I did carry the message. The message was again Zygelboim, Schwarzbart, Grossfeld, and only Sikorski, to nobody else. Particularly again, they emphasize, you will not speak about it to any non-Polish Jewish leader. It may arouse anti-Polish propaganda. We don't want it. We are not interested in it. We want to deal with our own business. I reported. Of course, again, you must realize at that time my mission was important, but I was a little man. Nobody told me what were they going to do with what I told them to do. The same with General Sikorski. Orders will be issued. We will handle this problem. Lieutenant, at that time I was supposed to go back to Poland. Lieutenant, either you or somebody else will carry orders. What orders? He didn't tell me. I couldn't ask him, General, what are you going to do about it? Now, what I understand and realized after the war, by the way, from the Jewish publication, that when the Warsaw Ghetto uprising started, April 1943, they did receive some small arms.
At the beginning, the first delivery that Rowecki made was only 10 pistols.
Yes, this I have no information, how many, what. I understand that he gave them some machine guns, some machine guns, some light weapons. Now, was it a result of my mission? Did he receive orders? Did he do it on his own initiative? What do I know about it? Then, at a certain point, I remember, I raised this question. Those demands are so varied on such a scale. Well, I can see my situation in London. What Zygelboim, what Schwarzbart, what Grossfeld, what can they do about it? I am sure they are doing their best. So then again, like a nervous breakdown, I think again that it was a Zionist. Again he shook me. So what? Again impossible, yes? You are saying impossible. So nothing. They cannot do. Tell them. They are Jewish leaders. Their people are dying. There will be no Jews. So what for do we need the leaders? We are going to die as well. We don't try to escape. We stay here. Let them go to important offices in London, wherever they are. Let them demand for action. If it is refused, let them walk out, stay in the street, refuse food, refuse drink. Let them die. Slow death, die, slow death, in view of all humanity. Who knows? Perhaps it will shake the conscience of the world. They were total, like a breakdown. Perhaps this will help. We don't know. We are dying. They are leaders. Let them die. Yes, so then came Schmulziger. Well, so what? You want me to talk about Schmulziger poem? Or what?
You want to talk now?
Whatever.
That's fine.
Washington, Karski, 11e.
Who asked you to visit the Warsaw Ghetto, and who organized
Be able to say, I saw it myself. They are this way. Apparently he knew English. This will be good. We can organize for you to visit the Jewish ghetto. Without great difficulties, we can organize for you to visit Jewish camp in Belzec.
extermination camp?
Yes. Now he says, I don't think that you will run into some extraordinary risk. But of course you may say no. Would you do it? If you do, to the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw, I will go with you. So I will be sure that you will be as safe as possible. To Belzec, we have good contacts. Will you do it? I said I will do it. Well, a few days later, we established contact. He told me, well, of course, no fancy dresses, and even don't shave before. We have to look as much as possible as they look over there. It will be very unpleasant for your experience, but it will be useful. So now, it was very easy. No accident of whatever nature. By that time, by the way, Jewish ghetto as it existed in 1942 until July did not exist anymore. Out of approximately 400,000 Jews, in the meantime some 300,000 were already deported from the ghetto. So within the outside walls, practically there were some 4 units. The most important was the so-called central ghetto. And they were separated by some areas inhabited by the Aryans already, some areas not inhabited by anybody. The story was there was some building. This building was constructed in such a way that the wall which separated the ghetto from the outside world, the back of the building was a part of that wall. So the front was facing the Aryan area. Very simply, there was some cellar with some tunnel, and they were smuggling food, whatsoever, Jews coming out, going. We went through this tunnel without any kind of difficulties. I was not disguised, he was not disguised. What struck me, completely different men.
the Bund leader.
The Bund leader.
The Polish nobleman.
The Polish nobleman. Fantastic. I go with him. He is broken down, curbing, little Jew, different person completely. Well,
he looked like a
Jew from the ghetto, as if he lived there all the time. Apparently this was his nature. This was his world.
But excuse me, did he wear the David Stern on YouTube?
Did what?
Did he wear the David Stern?
Oh yes, on
YouTube.
On this, right?
YouTube.
Right. Only children did not wear it.
Yes, but you had to wear it.
Sure. Some movement starts. Jews are running from the street I was on. Bund leader, follow me, follow me.
Washington, Karski, 12e.
So now apparently he understood what was taking place. Follow me, follow me. Good luck, good luck. I never saw him again.
Washington, Karski, 6e.
Okay, can you describe the meeting? How long it lasted? How did you see them?
Now I go back.
Washington, Karski, 13e.
Yes, it is the most. I mean, you are a unique witness because nobody was ever able to enter an extermination camp like Belzec and to come back alive.
I understand
And
that
there are
some-
no survivors of Belzec.
There are or there are not?
There are not.
There are a lot of them.
No,
or
there are not.
Or there are not.
There are no survivors of the Belzec extermination camp. 600,000 Jews perished in Belzec in about 8 months, and there are no survivors. It's not true what I say. There was one 2 years ago. He lived in Canada. He was 95 years old. And he was in Belzec for 4 months. At the time you went to Belzec, he was there. He escaped in November.
Well, a few days later, contact was arranged with some Jews whom I didn't know, of course. We took a train to Belzec
From Warsaw.
from Warsaw.
It's rather a long trip.
As far as I remember, 4 hours.
Because Belzec is 150 kilometers south from Lublin.
Yes, yes. Sobibor was north of Belzec.
Yes,
Which,
absolutely.
by the way, will enter the picture. We come to Belzec. Of course, I didn't know what to expect. We went out of the station. First of all, over there, I went disguised a little, mainly. They were using...
Excuse me, I cut you. You had no idea of what you would see.
No. Well, I heard about the Belzec.
And you
Wait
knew-
a second. What I heard, by the way, at that time, even from some Jewish people, that this is what was called at that time a transitional camp. What I understood after the war, at that time they were liquidating the camp as such. By November, there was no longer camp. And now, whatever were the reasons, of course, I don't know. Apparently, the last shipment, or the remnants of the Jews, were taken out of Belzec and either shifted to Sobibor, which became extermination camp, or Jews who were taken from the Warsaw or other ghettos, again, for some reasons, they would be shifted to Belzec for a short time and again go somewhere else.
Yes, but
And-
you know, at the beginning, Belzec was settled to destroy, to kill
Yes.
the Jews who
Oh,
were
yes.
living around Belzec, the Jews of Lvov,
Yes, yes,
of
yes.
all this area.
Yes.
You know.
Only my point
And
is...
not from the Warsaw Ghetto. The Warsaw Ghetto, the people were sent in Treblinka. Belzec was made for the people of Krakow. The people of Krakow were sent to Belzec.
I was
Most
not
of
even
them.
aware of those details at that
Yes.
time.
But do you know too that they called all these camps transitional camps? Sobibor 2 and Treblinka 2, it was the name they gave. And even, and this is not specific, as a matter of fact.
Well, so over there I went...
And Belzec started to be operational as a death camp in March 1942.
Yes, yes, yes. Only at the moment I visited it, it became apparently truly transitional, which means Jews were shifted somewhere. Now, the Germans announced that they are going to forced labor, that they are going to have good conditions.
They said this to the Jews.
To the Jew, yes, to the Jews.
Yeah,
Yes. They
always.
wanted, the Germans always, if they could avoid open trouble, they wanted to avoid it.
Exactly,
So
they
they
lied.
wanted everything in as much order as, of course, humanly possible. Well, so then, from the station, well, we walked to the camp. No difficulty whatsoever. I had documentation, my guide had documentation.
Can you explain this precisely? You were disguised.
Yes, I was an Estonian militiaman.
Because the camps were guarded by Ukrainian and
Ukrainians, Latvians, Estonians, Polish policemen, and regular German
Yes.
Gestapo, SS men, etc.
So those were mercenaries of the Germans.
Yes, of course, at that time, which is understandable, the Germans, even for this kind of a work, they wanted to spare as much as their own manhood to send them, I imagine, to fight or to work, not for this business. So they were using the others.
And what was the color of your uniform?
Yellow, with some sort of a belt, with boots, black cap, I remember. Undistinguishable otherwise. No sign that it was Estonian whatsoever. Documentation was that I was Estonian militiaman.
But excuse me, the trip had been arranged by the Jewish underground
Yes, apparently.
or by the Polish underground.
No, by the Jewish underground. All this part, as a matter of fact, I didn't talk too much to the Poles while still in Poland. They knew that I established contact with them. They might want to stop me, not to endanger me. Poles learned about it, I think, only from
specifically
London.
on the behalf of the Jews.
Yes. This was my Jewish chapter for this, so I followed their instructions. So by whom was it organized? I imagine by the Bund leader, because he initiated this matter. But he was not there. Some unknown Jewish fellows whatsoever. So now, we walked, and then we entered the camp. Now, this camp now, totally different from the Warsaw Ghetto. Mainly total confusion. Everything in movement.
Excuse me, you say we walked. Who? You and who?
A Jewish guide, but a guide whom I didn't know, who established contact with me.
Yes, no, but you didn't walk in the camp with this Jew, no?
What do you say?
You didn't walk inside the camp with this Jew. It was
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You're right, is that it was an Estonian.
He had some sort of identification papers. And then I followed him, then he goes his way, I go his way. Only I was following him, and he led me to some official, and I just showed this. Of course, counting, I am an Estonian, I don't speak bad German whatsoever, and he went on some identification papers, whatever it was, I don't know, Judenrat, whatever it is. He entered as a civilian, only I was disguised. And then I entered the camp, both of us. And then I...
Coupe. Il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas du tout. It's not...
Washington, Karski, 14e.
Professor Karski, I must tell you that I understand very well how impossible it's what I am asking from you now, because I ask you to describe the undescribable. And this means to describe what was a death camp, and I just want you to know that I know how difficult it is.
I understand. We enter the camp. As a matter of fact, that camp, at the point I entered it, had no wall. Wire was around it.
Barbed wires.
Barbed wires. Were there walls in other parts, of course, I don't know. I spent in that camp probably no more than 20-25 minutes. Again, I couldn't take it, frankly. Now, the difference between this camp and the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw was that here some sort of total confusion. Mainly, the Jews, the population of it, they were going somewhere. Now, as I saw it at that time, from the station railroad, as I understood, there was some rail leading to the camp, rather primitively built. I could recognize it, with some sort of a platform, and then the train, which consisted some 40 cattle trucks.
Cattle cars.
Yes. The train facing the camp would move 2 or 3 cars and stop again. And at that time, from that gate, I was standing and observing. Now, militiamen, Gestapo, Germans, Juderaus, directing them to the tracks.
No, but excuse me, but before you had to cross the camp, before arriving to this place where
yes, I saw it from the camp.
Where you were able to see the loading of the train.
The loading of that primitive rail.
Yes, but
yes.
Before this, you crossed the camp. Can you describe how you crossed it? What you saw at the time when you crossed?
I didn't go very deep in the camp
through this crowd.
Because the guide apparently and the Estonian, they apparently wanted to show me this scene.
Yes.
And the train was facing that particular gate. So we entered the gate, and then we stayed there, observing what is happening.
How long was it between the moment you entered the camp, you entered from another gate, and the moment you arrived at this point? It was a big camp, or it was a...
I entered through the same gate.
You entered through the same gate?
Through the same gate. I did not wander in the camp. I did not go deep in the camp. From the Belzec camp, my, so to say, recollection was the shipment of the Jews from the camp to the trucks in the train.
Okay.
And then the second thing, again, I couldn't take it. Over there, I went physically sick.
But why? Can you say why it was impossible to take it? I mean, the people were waiting here
in this confusion. Those shouts, "You there, raus," pushing them through the platform to the tracks. Then the plane would move 2 tracks away, putting them there. Now, the room in the 1 track, I know it was for horses, I think 16 horses.
And 40 men.
Yes, military track. Now, well, at least 130.
But excuse me, the people who were loaded in the freight cars, according to you, they were waiting inside the camp since a long time?
No, in the camp. From the camp.
No. Please, I ask you one precise question. These people, these Jews, they were waiting inside the camp since a long time. How many days? How many hours?
What only I saw total confusion. Which means they did
They
not
were
look
naked?
like inhabitants. They looked, and I interpreted it as some sort of transitional camp. They brought Jews from somewhere, and they are taking them somewhere. It did not look to me as inhabitable, regular, at this point I was standing, camp. It was total confusion. Shipment of the Jews to the trains. And now, what I understood at that time, well, what are they taking them? Again, they were apparently telling the Jews they take them for forced labor. And now, this horrible, horrible scene, those shouts, despair, mother dragging their children. They enter the track. They cannot reach it. They are too weak.
They were pushed.
Gestapo,
They
militia,
were forced.
beating them, pushing them like pigs, like not human, into this. More and more to the camp.
And they were shooting with guns.
Yeah, yes, to terrorize them, but in the air mostly. The total hell. Total hell. And now comes the story. The train moved a little by two tracks, three tracks. On the floor, there is a whitish powder. And now, I asked the Estonian militiaman, what is it? He says, that's all right, that's all right. This is for their hygiene. This is quicklime. So when they die, there is no problem. They will not contaminate the earth, the earth whatsoever. Then, well, they are getting what? They are getting.
They are getting what?
They are getting what they are receiving, so to say. They are getting their share. And then, well, Himmler delivers his goods. He said publicly, the Jews will die, and they will die in agony. They will die. So where are they taking them? He says, don't you worry. They will die. What I understood, then the train went somewhere, and they actually died in those trucks. Some of them were taking, later I learned, to Sobibor. And in Sobibor, they were finished.
They were gassed.
Yes. Why they didn't do it at that time in Belzec, I don't know. Because they were doing this before in Belzec for months. They actually were gassing the Jews before.
There were 6 gas chambers in Belzec.
Yes. At that moment, and this is the date now is important, when later on, trying to investigate how it was, yes, apparently, the end of October or November, the camp liquidated completely, with the last remnants of the Jews shifted to Sobibor, and secondly, at that last stage, Jews from other ghettos passed through Belzec, being shifted somewhere else.
Yes, but the quicklime in the wagons, it was to kill them.
Yes, apparently. hygienic purpose. They were dirty, they were smelling. If they died, decomposition. And secondly, what I understand, to die in agony. They had to urinate. Then it would burn their feet, of course, if they were barefoot. But at the same time, yes, from the Nazi standpoint, it was to purify.
Yes, but it was to kill them too.
And to kill them, and make them die in agony, some sort of, well, you know, undescribable.
Washington, Karski, 15e.
Well, Professor Karski, I know that the Jewish underground organized for you, and this is rather unbelievable, visit inside the extermination camp of Belzec in November 42. I would like you to try to recall and to describe what you saw in this death camp. And as a matter of fact, this never happened. We have no testimonies whatsoever and no evidence of anybody being able to enter the extermination camp of Belzec and the other camps too, Sobibor or Treblinka, and coming out alive. And this is something absolutely extraordinary and probably very difficult for you to remember and to describe. But please try.
Well, evidently, the whole visit to Belzec was organized by the Jewish underground. Evidently, they had many means to organize this kind of a trip. Evidently, I didn't know the details how they did it. I entered the camp in company of an Estonian militiaman wearing a uniform of an Estonian militiaman and having some sort of Ausweis, that I was allowed to enter the camp and leave the camp, having shown the Ausweis. Now, I approached the camp from Belzec, where I got the uniform, guided by another genuine militiaman, who evidently was a scoundrel. In our conversation, as a matter of fact, he took me for a man who, as it was called at that time in Poland, dealt with the Jews, which means through bribery, money, trying to save some.
This was a usual traffic in Poland. This dealing with the Jews.
Very well known. Of course, I had no dealings with this kind of people, so I don't know. Was it many cases? Was it occasional? But the term dealing with the Jews meant, yes, you were trying to make some money, blackmail some cases, blackmailing the Jew in some cases, denouncing a Jew in some cases, helping a Jew to escape wherever he wanted in some cases, selling him false passports, Arbeitskarte, whatever it is. Generally, it was called dealing with the Jews. Now, approaching the camp, half a mile, 1 kilometer, whatsoever, already I heard wild shouts, tumultuous. I already realized I was approaching some unusual situation. Of course, I had experience. I was twice in the Warsaw Ghetto.
But excuse me, did you know when you went there that Belzec was a death camp?
Yes, Bund leader told me that I will see something which I never saw, that I will never forget it. I'm going to see a death camp, actually a death camp. A Jewish ghetto was not a death camp. It was only degradation. It was a way to death. I'm going to see a death camp now. And the same, I want you to see it, and you will tell them later on. They will believe you. You saw it. Assuring me we will do everything possible, you will be safe. You will be safe. You will get over it, and we will get you out. Now, approaching the camp now, hearing those inhuman groans, shouts, shots, I approached a railroad which seemed to me rather primitively built. It was not one of the main railroads. It was on my left. Now, the camp was on my right. The camp, there was no wall like in Warsaw. Essentially barbed wire. I don't think it was electrified, but genuine barbed wire. Now, the Estonian militiaman leads me. So on my right, I have the camp. On my left side, I see the track. Now, there were several, so to say, exits. Some of them primitive, mainly barbed wire between two poles could be open outside them. But there was some main, apparently, an entrance. The gate was solid gate. Of course, poles solidly built. And then, of course, the continuation, the barbed wire. I entered the ghetto, the camp, not through the main gate, through one of those primitive entrances. And now, the militiaman, apparently he had instructions that I, for one reason or another, I want to see as much as possible what is going to happen. So then already within the camp, he directs me what he called good spot, which was...
Did you ask him what was the meaning of these screamings, of these shoutings that you heard on the way?
Oh yes, on my way. Well, his answer was, the Jews are hot. You will see it. Today the Jews are hot. As a matter of fact, I remember he said something, there is a new batch which is going to be processed today. So now he leads me to the area of the main gate. As a matter of fact, now he whispered to me, listen, I am going a little away. If something happens, remember, you don't know me, I don't know you. So, at this point, I am alone. Now, from the main gate, there was... The main gate at this point was open, again, outside. I remember the gate consisted of two parts, open outside. From the gate, in front of the gate, there was a train, cattle train. Now I counted 46 trucks were there.
46 wagons.
wagons, yes. I had no difficulty counting them because the train was moving. Now, there was this ramp, platform, from the gate leading to the train, almost directly to the train. Now, as you know, cattle train does not have steps, only on a high level, so it is not easy to enter the train. If you want to leave it, you have to jump, of course, down. And now, in that part of the camp, and I don't know how many, it must have been 5,000, 4,000, 6,000. Well, this cannot be described. Not humanity, crowd, moving, some collective moving body. The Jews, women, children, men, shouting, quarreling with each other, fighting against each other, evidently hungry, evidently not knowing probably what is happening here. I specifically remember some Jew totally, completely naked, and somehow, again, standing. Why he was naked, I don't know. Perhaps he threw his clothes, perhaps people took his clothes. Now, in this agony,
Washington, Karski, 16e.
Now, I understood my role. It was, 35 years ago. At the time I was strong. I am...
Please stay. Stay.
Yes, it's once.
Washington, Karski, 17.
At that time I was strong. I understood my mission. I was not supposed to have any feelings. I was a camera. And I didn't have any feelings for some time. I didn't see humans. There was a crowd, some out of reality. A crowd which had many heads, many legs, many arms, many eyes. But it was something like a collective, again, pulsating, moving, shouting body. I was observing this. From the back of this crowd, shots, pushing the crowd with bats, shouting, "Alle Juden raus, raus!" pushing them to the front, by the gates. Shots, raus, raus, through the gate to the platform. They were moving into the platform.
Excuse me. It was very different from the Warsaw Ghetto. It was a complete other thing.
Oh yes, oh yes. Warsaw Ghetto, there were humans, misery, degradation, but they were living. This at that point were not humans. They did not live. They were moving, they were shouting, they were beating each other, they were scratching each other. By the gate, pushing them through the gate into the platform, on the ramp, towards the tracks. They had to climb, well, probably 100, 120, 130, I don't know, into a track. There was no room. So again, they were pushing by bats, again, shots, to push them into the tracks. Jews in the tracks, by the way, helping them. Then they did not want to help them anymore. So then the Jews who were on the ramp, raising their bodies, pushing them, they were on the heads, just into the tracks. 2 tracks filled, the train moved. Empty 2 tracks. The same procedure. The Jews now realized that they have to fill apparently the whole track. They didn't want to go. Those who were on the ramp now, they did not want to enter. They wanted to go back, but they couldn't because the crowd was pushing them forward, the Jewish crowd. Because from the back they were pushing them. They were shooting from the back. So it was something unbelievable. It was unbelievable. How long did I stay there? I don't know. And then I couldn't take it. It happened like, then at a certain point, I saw humans, that they are humans. And I went back. In the direction of the same gate I entered.
What do you mean? Suddenly you realize yourself that they were...
I didn't want to see them as humans. And I controlled myself, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever I stood there. I did not want to have any feelings. I did not have any feelings.
But
I was just seeing something which I was supposed then to tell the people.
Excuse me, do you think that these excuse me for my questions. Do you think that these people were waiting inside the camp for a long time already?
I think, as it looked to me, that they might have been there for days.
Starving?
Starving, apparently no food. Well, I saw how they looked. Starving, hungry, insane, mad. Again, eyes, you saw eyes, their eyes. And then again, unlike the Jewish ghetto, they were actually fighting against each other. They were scratching, they were quarreling, they were swearing, this moving. Some organism, with legs, with eyes, with noses, whatsoever. I controlled myself. I realized again, no feelings, stay here, look, no feelings. And then, after a certain time, yes, apparently, it came too deeply into me. Humans, they are individuals here. And then I lost control of me. I realized I don't know what I would do. I might jump at some Gestapo and start fight him. I might go with the Jews to the train. I realized things got out of control with me. I go back. In the direction of that gate, I entered. Now the Estonian.
And do you know what happened in the train?
Now the train. I saw it, because I was by the gate. When now empty, the train moves, and then by the ramp, for a fraction of whatever it is time, the track is empty. I see it. The floor covered with some white powder. What was this powder? Then I learned. Quicklime. What was why quicklime? No, quicklime.
Quicklime, c'est la chaux vive.
Jews who were pushed into the train, they were to die there. But the Germans apparently wanted to avoid disease. The Jews evidently had to urinate whatsoever. So again, for some sort of, this horrible to say, hygienic or medical reasons, there was a quicklime over there. The Jews were standing on the quicklime. Well, apparently they kept them until they died, when they moved the whole train. And they had no disease. And the atmosphere, the environment was not diseased by the decomposed bodies, and there was less smell, there was less stench whatsoever.
It's what they were trying to do, actually.
Well, so I go to the gate. The militiaman, he understood something funny. He goes by me without any difficulty. We left the camp. I go back to the store, and then I got sick.
Because this is the problem of Belzec. At the time you went to Belzec, they had stopped the gas chamber. There were 6 gas chambers in Belzec because they couldn't handle the corpses. The corpses were buried in huge pits which were dug in the sun, and we know that the pits were blown, and the corpses liquid was running down, and it's one of the reasons why they stopped the gas chamber in Belzec after.
So now,
8
in that
months,
camp,
and they killed them like this in the train with quicklime because they were already half burned, and it was easier for them.
in this camp, it is evident, I saw only a fraction of the camp. From the gate I entered to the main gate, keeping as near as possible the barbed wire. Now, what was inside, deeper in the camp, I never went there. Yes, I saw some barracks. I saw, as a matter of fact, some solid, high, perhaps 8 feet whatsoever, fence.
Jan Karski 18.
So then I left the camp.
But, excuse me, did you see the loading of the 46 freight car?
I counted them, but I left before. But I had opportunity because they were open. I did not stay to the end. So then I returned to the store. By the way, at that time it was full day. The people were coming to the store. I entered the store. Of course, the owner knew me. And I just asked him, could I use your kitchen? Behind the store, apparently he was living there. There was a kitchen with a sink. I was insane at that time. I was crazy. I entered the kitchen and like a, I don't know, self-preservation animal, I actually disrobed myself. And I started to wash myself with the soap, everything. I was washing myself. I remember I was washing my shoes. Started to wash my shoes. So then I stayed there. So then the man entered. He was furious. What a mess you make here. So I said, all right, all right. Well, he understood probably. So I took the uniform. They took my clothes. Stayed there. People were coming to the store, you know. Then he came again. I just asked him one question. May I stay here overnight? I couldn't go to Warsaw. Back. He says, sure, you can stay here overnight. I stayed there overnight.
Excuse me, was there a stench all over in the area?
No, it didn't reach the store. The store was in Belzec, you know, in town. But going there, was it half a mile, was it 1 kilometer? Oh yes, the stench was. When I approached the camp, when I was leaving the camp. Well, I stayed there overnight. Well, during the night I was sick. And my problem was some sort of crazy vomiting. I vomited food and I vomited some blood. It was crazy. I finished the night over there. Still I stay a few hours. Then the guide came who brought me from Warsaw. Apparently he stayed overnight somewhere in his own encampment. He took me back to Warsaw. This was my story.
Well, you were meeting with Shmuel Ziegelboy. Did it take place a long time after your arrival in London?
No. Well, now, I arrived in London either by the end of November or the first days of December.
1942.
1942. And from the first, of course, moment, began to report. I couldn't report to Sikorski. Sikorski was in the United States, by the way, at that time, Deputy Prime Minister Mikolajczyk. I began with Mikolajczyk. Now, my mission in London was difficult. Well, I considered I was doing very well. because I understood my role. In London, I was not, so to say, a human being. I was purely a camera, a recording machine. I carried messages from one political party to another, from one individual to another, from some political party to the prime minister only. Now, those messages very often...
All this was purely...
Purely memory. Purely memory. I had a good memory. Now, those messages, and I knew it, sometimes were contradictory messages. Socialist Party would say, our vision of future Poland. This time, the working classes will not allow themselves to be manipulated by another dictator like Pilsudski. We are strong, the working class will take government, and we are prepared for it. And we will do it. Peasant party giving messages to the peasant representatives. 75% of the Poles are peasants. We feed this nation. We were never allowed to govern Poland. This time, we are ready. When Poland emerges, Poland will have a peasant government, and we will take the fate of the nation into our hands. Now, so I understood this, that I was purely a recording machine. I was instructed and sworn in by every political party, by the delegate, by every individual, that I will not comment on their messages. I might answer the questions if they asked me, but on my initiative, I was supposed to be only a tape recorder.
It must have been a horrible experience, a killing.
I did very well. There was not a single complaint against me. I reported precisely. I had everything in my head. I reported correctly. There was never a single complaint. Eventually, rumor started that emissary from Poland, yes, eventually, tell different things to different political leaders. But eventually, Prime Minister Sikorski took care of it. One of the Council of Ministers, when problem started, that just recently we received information from Poland. One leader says, we received recently information from Poland of a different nature. General Sikorski eventually told me, Lieutenant, we have a problem with you. But I straightened it up, because then I told them, you did not receive information from Poland recently. You received messages from your own people to you. And be careful, keep it straight. Don't say that such is the situation. We don't know what that individual you have in mind, all of you, told you. He didn't know himself. Now, at that time, I was firmly convinced this was within my structure. I was to go back to Poland again. So I was extremely careful. Precision, no comments, unless I was asked for some personal comments whatsoever. I must do well. I wanted to go back to Poland again. I liked this kind of work. I think I was successful with this. I got the highest military decoration, by the way, for my work. So now, the first days, of course, I reported the first I remember. I have a message to the President of the Republic. What do you have? Well, let the President of the Republic pass the information to the government. What my instructions were to the President of the Republic. And they recognize all of this. I had no difficulties. Well, now, one of the first contacts, it must have been 2, 3, 4 days after I began to circulate. Well, I was instructed, now, you have messages, the Jewish leaders. What leaders? I said, 3 individuals, Shmuel Zygelboim, Dr. Schwarzbart, Dr. Leon Grossfeld. All right, Zygelboim was the first. As a matter of fact, I remembered that the message which I carry was given to me in a joint session, Zionist leader and Bund leader. Could I see both of them together? Yes, it was organized. Schwarzbart did not show up for one reason or another. I saw him for meeting with Zygelboim. Zygelboim is alone. Zygelboim. I saw him in the government office, Stratton House.
Stop.
Washington Karski 20.
Stratton House was one of the main governmental offices. When I entered the room, with my mission, what was also very important is to, so to say, to size up a man. I saw in Zygelboim a man. With this kind of men, I had no dealings, frankly, very much, either in my underground activities or before the war. Before the war, I entered Polish diplomatic service. Zygelboim, first, in every respect, his face, the way he walked, his gestures, his language, typically proletarian. He could be an unskilled worker. I didn't know this kind of people.
Really?
In my life in Poland. Next, very Jewish. His Polish was not literary Polish, like the Bund leader in Warsaw, who spoke beautiful Polish literary language. Zygelboim, I had before me proletarian, so I was careful.
Did he have a Yiddish accent when he spoke Polish?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And he looked very Jewish.
He looked Jewish, yes. And the rough face, you know, all this. Nothing refined about Zygelboim.
How was the look?
Rather smallish, not tall at all, not fat physically, nervous, agitated.
Very nervous?
Well, at the beginning, no, but then during the conversation, oh yes, as a matter of fact, most of the time he was pacing the floor. When I spoke about ghetto and about Belzec, as a matter of fact, on numerous occasions, I would stop. Say, why don't you talk? Talk! You came here to talk, so talk! From the very beginning, we didn't start off well. I entered the room, he got up, we shook hands, and he asked me, in a rather sarcastic way, Mr. Emissary, I was told you want to see me. What do you want? I answered, Mr. Zygielbojm, I don't want anything. I have messages, and I am supposed to give you messages. They concern the Jewish matters in Poland. And I am going to see Dr. Schwarzbart, and I am going to see Dr. Grossfeld. It says, Jewish messages. So who sent you here? I had a meeting with Bund leader and Zionist leader. They introduced themselves in this. He looked at me. Well, you don't look Jewish to me. They sent messages. Are you Jewish? No, I am not Jewish. All right, so what? Now, I give him the messages, one after another, as I described previously.
I mean, all the requests.
All the requests, yes. He interrupted me several times. But I know all of this. I know all of this. At that moment, I didn't realize he did know. Through the radio, through dispatches, etc. He was not impressed.
Not impressed.
Not impressed by him. I know all of this. So then I say, well, the Jewish leaders organized for me 2 visits in the ghetto, 1 visit in the Belzec camp. And my instructions are to report on this, particularly to the Jewish leaders. Says, oh, Jewish ghetto? Belzec? How did you get there?
He said ghetto?
Warsaw Ghetto and then Belzec.
Yes, but he said Jewish ghetto, Belzec?
No. Jewish ghetto in Warsaw and then Belzec, Camp Belzec. And he says, well, you were there? How was it organized? Who organized for you? I told him how actually it was organized. And now I give him the material.
You gave him the
information, what I saw. At that time, I was doing well. I was a machine. I just reported very often with closed eyes. I didn't sometimes want to see to whom I was reporting.
You didn't want to see?
What?
You didn't want to see the people you were reporting?
Sometimes, yes. I didn't want to see. I was closed eyes and I was just up. I was conditioned very well. It was not my first mission, as you know, from my curriculum, war activities. Now, with Zygielbojm, when I began to describe this, he got up and he paces the room, walks. Most of the time now he paces the room. Sometime I would stop. Why did you stop? Talk, this is why you are for here. All right. I controlled myself very well. Then he started to ask me questions. I describe Jewish ghetto and those children and Jews and the dying Jew. Did you talk to any of them? I said, this was not my business. I didn't talk to any of them. Why didn't you talk to them? Are you not interested how they felt about it? It was altogether rather something like a challenge, against me.
He was aggressive.
Oh, yes, and rather unfriendly. So I said, Mr. Ziegelboim, this was not my mission. I talked to the representative of the Bund, representative of the Zionists in Poland, not to the Jews in the ghetto. I was not interested in talking to them. This was not within my instructions. Are you interested so much in the Jewish problem? I said, I don't know, Mr. Ziegelboim. Now I don't know in what I am interested. I lost myself. I'm not interested in anything. I was sent here to report. At a certain point, I got upset. Mr. Ziegelboim, you have no right to ask me this kind of questions. You want to listen to my report? Listen to my report. If you want, I walk out. All right, so talk, man. He called me in most instances Mr. Emissary, but rather sarcastically, Mr. Emissary. Now, talking about, again, ghetto in Warsaw, camp in Belzec.
Did he ask many questions about Belzec?
No. He was walking.
Did he seem to be...
And then I saw him something like disintegrating. This. Apparently, this he didn't see himself, what I saw. So then he started to ask me questions. Some of his questions. How did you feel about it? My answer was, I had no feelings. I'm not interested in my feelings. And again I would interrupt him. Mr. Ziegelboim, you have no business of asking me those questions. Do you want to listen to my report? All right, talk, man, talk. Walking like, a little like mad. Nervous, mad, nervous. Disintegrating almost, minute after minute. He sits down. He gets up. Well, then comes the point. After Ghetto and Belzec. Before, he interrupted me several times. I know all of this. So then he says,
Washington Karski 21.
At a certain point, he sits behind the table, as a matter of fact it was. I am on the other side of the table, sitting as well. He is in front of me. And then, like with hatred, frustration, after I gave him all the material, then he says, so what can I do? So what can I do what I am not doing? I do everything. I did everything what is possible. So what they want me to do? What can I do? So then I, also in half anger at that time, then I gave it to him. I closed my eyes. Jews are dying. There will be no Jews. What is use having Jewish leaders? Let the Jews go to the most important offices, Allied offices. Let them demand. If they are refused, let them go out. Let them stay outside. Let them refuse drinks. Let them refuse food. Let them die. Let them die slow death. Let humanity see it. Perhaps it will move humanity. And then he jumps. Madness, 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 they are mad. They are mad. The whole world is mad. The madness, madness. They are crazy. They don't understand anything. They will not let me die. They will send two policemen. They will arrest me. They will take me to an asylum. They will feed me artificially. This is madness, madness. They are mad. Everybody is mad. So I have to do something. But I don't know what. So what can I do? I have to do it. But I don't know what. So what to do? Basically, madness, madness. This is a mad world. I have to do. I don't know what to do. So what do I do? I was sitting there. Then he sat down. Then he began somehow more rational, as if more friendly. Yes, then he did begin to ask me questions. How am I doing? Is it very difficult? Personal questions. He knew about my previous missions. Is it difficult on me? Rather more friendly. Then I left him.
Do you think that that he was already in complete desperation?
No, this is the point. For a moment, I did not have any doubt. He is not mad. He is totally normal. I did not detect any kind of what today we call psychiatric whatsoever. He was a leader. Only he was lost in helplessness.
Helplessness.
Helplessness. And apparently, with my now report, this showed up. He looked to me almost hateful towards everybody. The Polish government, the Allies, the war. It was this total helplessness which he couldn't take, apparently. He couldn't control himself. Then, of course, everybody knew about Zygelboim. He was a prominent leader. He was member of the council, etc. He was a genuine leader, doing his best. Only in that particular conversation, somehow, we didn't establish common grounds. He was the only man I reported.
It was a long conversation?
Yes, it must have been long. As a matter of fact, I was embarrassed. He was keeping me then.
He said, I know everything, and he was keeping you.
After his break, so then again he said, and started to ask me personal questions, sympathetic. And then questions, about Poland, about how Bund leader looked, how Zionists, they look undernourished, those human questions. And then the conversation was long, what I don't mention, by the way, in my book. And it may sound cynical. Remember, at that time, I was a machine. In the second part of my meeting, I was thinking only about one thing. If he keeps me longer, I am going to be late for my next appointment. At that time, all my life consisted from one contact to another, from one man to another. Eating, sleeping, reporting. If possible, coming on time to the meeting. All people I was reporting were very important people. And I was an insignificant little man. My mission was important. So I kept myself under control. And this, perhaps it shows that at that time I was, in a way, morally corrupted. Because with my previous record, I took it, so to say, for granted. Whomever I saw, everybody was showing me respect or admiration. Everybody was complimenting me. Zygelboim, whatever I said a few minutes ago, it was like he didn't want to show it. He was suspicious.
And do you think that the demands you asked from him, the demands from the Jews in Poland, have had a real influence on his suicide, which he committed 6 months later, as a matter of fact. Exactly 6 months.
He committed suicide on May 11, 1943. This was just a few days after the Warsaw Ghetto totally destroyed as a result of the genuine Jewish declaration of war against Germany. Then only a few days later he committed suicide. He left a letter. I have, of course, the text of his letter. The letter addressed to the President of the Polish Republic. In this letter, he reproached the Polish government, the Allied governments.
Coupé.
Washington Karski 22.
Do you think that the request you made to him from the Jews in Poland had a direct influence on his suicide, which he committed exactly 6 months later?
I don't know. I prefer to think not. What can I tell you?
But I think
It is not a very comfortable idea to live with. Yes, you mentioned and I mentioned in my book. Oh yes, I think about it. But I defend myself as much as I can. But I will tell you about Zygelboim. Of course, I cannot escape it. Very often I have to think about what happened to the Jews during the Second World War. And it may be a result of still self-discipline and still emotional self-defense. In my memories, even when I teach my classes, and I have to touch the war situation in Eastern Europe, I don't go back to my memories of the Jewish ghetto, of Belzec. I don't speak about it.
You avoid it.
I avoid it. When I teach, or when I speak, when I discuss, when I think myself, as you can imagine, for years I had nightmares. And I disciplined myself. The Jewish problem during the Second World War, in my mind, is the death of Zygelboim. Death of Zygelboim. This is what shows this total helplessness, indifference of the world, indifference of the world, and the Jews perishing. And the Jews perished, and you have a Jewish leader, his name is Zygelboim. And he says, I am a leader, Jewish leader. There are no more Jews. I go with them. They don't need leaders. The death of Zygelboim for me shows more than anything else Jewish tragedy of the Second World War. About him I speak. You forced me into this interview about on the ghetto on Belzec. I don't go there. When I have free will, I do go to Zygelboim. I didn't have one single class in 20 years of teaching the course Governments and Politics of Eastern Europe. When I come to the war situation, I did not tell my students there was Zygelboim. Well,
do you remember his last letter?
oh yes. The letter was friendly, as a matter of fact, written in a rather matter-of-fact way. No violent recriminations, very measured style. It was addressed to the President of the Polish Republic, but also to the Allied governments and the public opinion of the world. stating what I said. The Jews perished. He will go with them. And then he hopes that perhaps his death will arouse the consciousness of the world. Oh, I know his letter. Then he finished the letter in a very humane way. Goodbye, friends. I wish you success. Goodbye. Signed Shmuel Zygelboim. He took gas in his apartment.
And this was after the end of the uprising.
A few
of
days
Warsaw.
after the end of the ghetto. The Jewish war against the Third Reich.
Yes, everything is said.
Well,
Karski 23.
Well, Professor Karski, you know that the subject of this film is the destruction of the European Jews, the Holocaust. And I would like to know, among all the official political leaders to whom you delivered your report, did you have the chance to mention specifically the Jewish problem, this destruction of the Jews? I assume that you had a lot of other things to report to them, but because the subject of this film is the one I just named now, I would like to know what were the possibilities for you to talk about this, and who was interested, how they were interested,
I understand.
how they reacted.
So now I understand the subject of this film you are making is, you hope it will be shown eventually, probably the second part. You want to have testimonies, interviews for historical records, say, for some archives. So now, so I understand. I must be very precise. And now I am asking you to bear with me and to understand my possibilities and my mission in the so-called Western free world. Dealing with the Polish government leaders, political leaders, Polish Jewish leaders. Because of the nature of my mission, I traveled, as you know, several times, because within the statute of my mission was I was going back to Poland. Okay. I was a very important man. I was a hero. Everything was at my disposal. I met the most important men. They catered to me. I could, to whomever I spoke, I could tell them I didn't finish. I have more to say. On many occasions, I had such a situation with General Sikorski, whom I saw at least 5 times. General, I didn't finish yet. He would say, Lieutenant, my secretary will inform you when I will be free for you. So with the Polish side of my mission, I had great possibilities to report, and I did report. Now, you are asking the second part of my report. We have to make a distinction now. With the English or American certain political leaders, like Jewish leaders. Oh yes, they listened to me. They let me report. With those great intellectual leaders, poets, writers, etc. Well, frankly, I felt free. And I would, so to say, press myself. Still there is more. Still I want you to know more. H.G. Wells, Kessler, this kind of people. Now, speaking about government leaders in Great Britain and the United States, I met all of them as a result of the Polish government, usually prime minister's, request. Mr. Secretary for Foreign Affairs, I wish that you receive a most recent agent from Poland who has material of interest to His Majesty government. So you see my...
Washington, Karski 24.
I don't remember where did we...
You said that I met all of them as a result of the Polish government's Prime Minister's request.
Now, even at that time, I had suspicions, having met some of those leaders, and whomever I met, I speak only about government leaders, they were the most important people, both in the United States and in Great Britain. Sometimes I couldn't avoid suspicion. Altogether, they show me as a matter of courtesy.
As a matter of?
Of courtesy.
Mm-hmm.
In London, Prime Minister asked them to see some recently arrived agent from the Polish underground, and his report might be of interest to His Majesty government or to that particular minister or a government leader. In the United States, it was the ambassador, of course. Everything was in his hands. Now, you must realize, at that time, I was not allowed to have any contacts. I had to report to the proper offices every man I met.
Mm-hmm.
I was free to go to a theater, to a nightclub, to dinner. I had plenty of money, of course, to buy myself new clothes, whatsoever. I could not have contacts on my own initiative, only as instructed. You are going to see such and such a leader. The same in the United States. Of course, I lived in the embassy. I was not allowed to live to take any hotel. I lived all the time on the premises.
And how did it happen with Roosevelt?
With President Roosevelt. I must, well, Polish ambassador in Washington was informed about my existence in London. Before coming to London, I didn't expect to go to the United States. Now, it was the Polish ambassador who, in his reports to the Prime Minister, suggested he thinks that it may be useful if before returning to Poland, Karski will come secretly to the United States. The ambassador is pretty sure he will get him in touch with the key members of the government and the proper people. He hopes the president himself will be interested in his report. Once we received this report, General Sikorski tells me, Lieutenant, you go to Washington before you go to Poland. I arrived to Washington. Ambassador Ciechanowski already totally acquainted with my material. I stay at the embassy, as you can imagine. Every morning, every evening, we talk about what happened in Poland. The most, by the way, intimate talks were when there was a sort of a ritual in the evening, after dinner, before going to bed, the ambassador would walk his dog, Kruczek. I would walk the ambassador. He always invited me, Johnny, come with me. Then we would again, most intimate, even Madame Ciechanowska. She may see this film. She lives now in Belgium. Even she was not present. And then sometime his worries and his fears and all this. At a certain point, he tells me, Johnny, listen, the President of the United States wishes to see you. Now, he briefs me. As a matter of fact, all the time, he was criticizing me on one point. Mainly, Johnny, you are inclined, you talk too much. You must acquire precision. You have precision. To be concise. You realize people I am going to introduce you, they are the most powerful people. Poland is minor concern for them. They have the whole war. They wage this war. So be careful, concise, precision, concentrate rather on their questions. Try to answer the questions. President comes. He gives me the same briefing. Now, you be careful. You are going to see the most powerful man on this globe. This man evidently is busy. He thinks in terms of the war, of humanity. Roosevelt had this inclination which Ambassador Ciechanowski instructed me. We have a president. He thinks in terms, he thinks after this war, the human race will be organized in such a way, no more wars, and he will play the key role in this arrangement. So now, Again, be brief, be concise. I am not going to take part in the conversation. I will go with you as required by diplomatic protocol. I have to certify your veracity, introduce you to the president. Then I will sit quiet. So don't rely on me. I will be unable to help you in any way. It may be that the president will ask me a question, then I will answer his question. So I don't know how the conversation will develop. I don't know how long you will stay with the president. Only you are on your own, and now be wise. With this kind of briefing, limousine, because whatsoever brings us to the White House. Ambassador punctual, president punctual. Secretary leads me to his office. I see Roosevelt. He looked like a world leader.
Like a world leader?
World leader, yes. As a matter of fact, he struck me, he was more than the President of the United States. His formulations, his gestures, he did consider himself a world leader. He sits behind his desk. Behind him, of course, all American flags, very impressive, the whole wall covered by them, very high chair, Grand Seigneur, because I was warned he will not get up when he will shake your hand. He's crippled. He shakes hand. Please sit down, Mr. Ambassador. Says, Mr. Karski, I know about you. I have been informed about your great work, contribution to the Allied cause. I am sure that you would like me to be informed about things in Poland. Please. Now, realize this, I had it throughout my entire mission. For me, the Jewish problem was not the only problem. For me, the key problem was Poland. Curzon line, Soviet demands, communists in the underground movement, fear of the Polish nation. What is going to happen to Poland? This was the emphasis.
Of your mission?
Oh, yes, of my mission, of course, and my concern, naturally. I speak to the president in those terms. Expectations, fears among the leaders. All hope, Mr. President, has been placed by the Polish nations in the hands of Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
You said this?
Oh, yes.
In proper words?
Oh, yes, in the same words. Not the president. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He sits. I describe him, thinking how much time I have. He sits. Then I come to the Jewish problem. Mr. President, I have also a mission on behalf of the Polish Jews.
Sorry.
Oh, yes?
Jan Karski, 25.
Mr. President, before having left Poland, I was charged with this mission by the most important Jewish leaders. They organized for me 2 visits in the ghetto. I saw extermination camp. The name is Belzec, B-E-L-Z-E-C. Mr. President, the situation is horrible. The point is, without the outside help, the Jews will perish in Poland. He enters. I remember every second of this conversation. The Allied nations...
Excuse me. What did he answer specifically?
Nothing. He enters the picture now. Nothing.
This was the end of your report?
Yes. Nothing.
It came at the end, the Jewish...
I never had a chance. So now his answer. The Allied nations are going to win this war. No more wars. Justice will be done. Your country will be alive again, more prosperous than before. Criminals will be punished. The United States will not abandon your country. As a matter of fact, now he says, Poland, as recompensation, will receive East Prussia, or a part of East Prussia. No more corridor. And now to the ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, what do you think about it? Of course, Mr. Ambassador loves it, only he wants all of East Prussia, not part of East Prussia. Short conversation over there. Then, when you return to Poland, you will tell your Polish leaders, this country will never fail them. They have a friend in the President of the United States. And now he does ask me questions. Oh yes, underground movement. Do you know what question he asked me? Do I understand correctly, young man, that before the war, Poland was essentially an agricultural country? Yes, Mr. President, it was so. Well, now, what we understand in the Russian campaign, the Germans had to use tremendous amount of horses. Did they take those horses from Poland? Because with your agricultural economy, you need horses. Mr. President, yes. He asked me other questions. I had no chance, except my initial statement, to tell you, Mr. President, listen to me. Well, you don't speak to the President of the United States. No Jewish problem was mentioned until the end of the conversation, which lasted 1 hour, 20 minutes.
But, excuse me to insist, but it is my theme. About the Jews, did he ask specific questions?
No.
No one?
No, not a single one.
Not a single one?
Not a single one.
How do
What
you...
I said only on my initiative as an opening statement. When he asked me, I presume you want to pass certain information. bring attention.
Okay, you gave everything on the Jews at the end.
General terms,
Yes.
I saw the
But
ghetto.
he didn't ask one specific question.
Not a
since-
single one.
And how do you explain this?
I don't know. He did make a gesture. Now, what was the significance of this gesture? Was it a gesture, or was it an expression of goodwill of the center of power, who does not deal with particular problems? I don't know until today.
With minor problem.
Wiser people than I could not decipher FDR. He was a great man, mainly. After we left the White House, and then, of course, as you can imagine, we returned to the embassy, and the ambassador gives me one typist, he goes to another room, another typist, and his instructions. Now, you write your report, I write my report. Johnny, be careful. Everything counted. If you noticed his smile, put it in the report. We just saw the center of power of humanity. And then we will compare our both report. I have to send the report to London, of course.
Yes.
Then, so we cooked up whatever it was. Then comes the problem. I think it was next day, very soon. It might be even the same evening, as a matter of fact. He sees me, the ambassador, and says, well, Johnny, now, I got from the White House a message. Apparently, the president would like you to see the following individuals. And he wants you to pass to them all your reports. Now, on that list now, it was a long list. Some individuals, for instance. Oh yes, there was Rabbi Weiss, whom I saw already, by the way. Goldman, Waldman, I remember. As a matter of fact, a certain Jesuit priest, Father Walsh.
There was a
Yeah.
Supreme Court Justice. Frankfurter.
Justice, yes, Justice Frankfurter, I saw him on the recommendation of President Roosevelt. But there were names. Secretary of War, Stimson was. Secretary of State, Cordell Hull. Archbishop Spellman, Archbishop Muni, Archbishop Stritch. Apostolic delegate Cicconiani.
The delegate from the Pope.
Apostolic delegate from the Pope. Now, I interpreted this, and the ambassador, that the president was interested in the Jewish problem. Only on his level, the problem was not of direct, so to say, his jurisdiction. He sent me to the people whom he considered actually could take some action, knowing that I was sent to them on his recommendation. It might have
But
been
did you
also...
did you feel yourselves tragic discrepancy between the demands and the expectations, hopeless expectations of the people in Warsaw, I mean the Jews, that you met on this result, this visit? Because there is no communication.
I understand. History passed, 35 years passed, so I understand your film, your archives, film archives. After my audience with President Roosevelt, I was so overwhelmed by this fact. I reported to the President of the United States. I didn't think about anything else. I was totally overwhelmed by it. Years passed, and of course, now I think about it. What was the significance? And I don't have the answer. Perhaps he expected others to do. Perhaps they did do things. None of the Allied leaders on the level, as I met them, would tell me what he was going to do. You understand? This I don't know. Perhaps, if I want to be skeptical or cynical, perhaps he passed the buck. Perhaps it was an act of courtesy towards the Polish ambassador. See, I am doing something within your men's mission. I don't know. Okay.
Washington Karski then, please.
A few days later, the ambassador tells me, Johnny, now you are going to see Justice Frankfurter. He will come here.
Justice Frankfurter, it means he was a member of the Supreme Court.
Of the Supreme Court. Now, again, he gave me his briefing.
He will come here, he said.
He will come here. As a matter of fact, except cabinet members, usually people came to the embassy. I lived in the embassy.
Okay.
So he will come here. Now, he gave me his briefing. Now, Johnny, again, be careful. He always would brief me. Now, all knowledgeable people consider this man the most brilliant man in the administration. As a justice of the Supreme Court, the institution is very important. But next, for years, he's a confidant of the president. All American knows about it.
And he was a Jew.
Now, and he says, Johnny, now, he's a Jew. So be sure he will be interested in your report. All right, so I wait again carefully. On the appointed hour, as a matter of fact, I even remember it was between breakfast and lunch, before lunch in the morning hours. On time, I was sitting in the living room, salon. Ambassador comes from the first floor with Justice Frankfurter. Justice Frankfurter, a little man, he did emanate some brilliance, very alive, his eyes, unimpressive physically, a little man, Jewish looking, very friendly smile, towards me all the time friendly. Several times he called me young man during our conversation. Well, I introduce myself, we sit down. He in front of me, Ciechanowski on my left. Justice Frankfurter starts. Mr. Karski, I have been invited, but my very good friend, your ambassador, to come here to see you. I was also advised that I should see you. Apparently you have some information which I should know. What do you have to say? My answer. Sir, I don't know what you are interested in. Could you ask me some questions? It will be easier on me. Frankfurter. Young man, do you know that I am a Jew? Yes, sir. Mr. Ambassador told me about this. Well, tell me about the Jews. We have here many reports. What happens to the Jews in your country? Now, I become a machine again. I give my stuff. The man sits. I remember, he looked like smaller and smaller. Somehow, like Kirby, looking at the floor. But listens, he doesn't interrupt me. My report, as you know from this film, usually it lasted 15-20 minutes. I tell him, Jewish leaders, ghetto, Belgians. Well, those 15-20 minutes passed, and I stop. Now, Justice Frankfurter, he sits, looks at me still at this moment, and tells me the following. Young men, as I mentioned, I have been informed about your activities. I was told that you came out of hell, and I was told that you are going back to hell. My admiration for people like you. And now, young men, I am no longer young. I am judge of men. Men like me, with a man like you, must be totally honest. And I am telling you, I do not believe you. Cichanowski breaks in. Felix, what are you talking about? Well, you know about him. He comes, so the president, he was checked, rechecked 10 times in England. Here, Felix, what? He's not lying. Frankfurter, still walking. Mr. Ambassador, formally, I did not say that he is lying. I said that I don't believe him. These are different things. And my mind, my heart, they are made in such a way that I cannot accept it. No, no, no! I murmured something that it's a shock to me. He began amenities. Eventually he did ask me few friendly questions.
Tell you, I know human soul, I know what's...
Yes, I am a judge of men. I know humanity. I know men. Impossible. No, no. Total negation. No. Now, was he sincere?
That's my question. What is the meaning of it?
Was it an act? Theatrical act. What could I do how do you argue with Justice Frankfurter? Czekanowski tells me he's a powerful man. As a matter of fact,
But he was even a key figure in the Jewish
yes,
community.
as a matter of
He was
fact, when
the
he
center of
asked
power
me,
there too.
Mr. Karski, do you know who I am? So then I said, yes, sir. You are Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. And then I cracked a little. My ambassador also told me that you are a very important man. I remember this. Justice Frankfurter looks at Czekanowski. Then well,
Yes.
he introduces himself.
And what is the meaning of this now, according to you? I don't believe you. What didn't he believe?
Yes, I think he believed me, of course. I have no doubt he did his best, whatever he could have done. He took it for granted I was going back to Poland. Probably he wanted to show me, yes, that the world is unprepared. This is an unprecedented problem. This is a horrible problem. Probably he wanted to impress upon me.
Did he ask you specific questions like Ziegelboy or not?
No, he didn't come to Ziegelboy.
No. I'm not talking about Ziegelbaum. If, like Ziegelbaum, he asked specific questions.
Washington, Karski 27.
On a certain day, I received instructions. You are going to see Lord Selborne. The instructions, all of them coming from the Prime Minister's office. Who is Lord Selborne? The public opinion does not know about it, of course. He is in charge of the British government, of the European underground movement.
Member of the War Office.
Of the War Office, it was called, yes. Organizational problems, communications, radio, financing, on behalf of the British government, belong to this. The instructions were, it is worthwhile to see him, to report. He may be helpful in every respect. He's an operational officer. I go to see Lord Selborne. Old man at that time already. Well, typically English aristocrat, of course. Self-disciplined, precise, friendly, correct. Receiving me as he should.
Well, you report.
Mhm.
I say you report.
My report. No. He was essentially interested in the operations of the Polish underground movement, the diversion, sabotage. What is my evaluation? What do we need? Does cooperation with the British officer, does it work correctly? I come to the Jewish problem. And your lordship, well, I have also a mission on behalf of the Jews. I visited Łódź Ghetto, I visited camp in Belzec. Would your lordship like to tell me, please? Yes, I more or less told him the whole story. And then, at a certain point, I finish. Lord Selborne, with typical English correctness, benevolence, tolerance, rationality, answers. Mr. Karski, during the First World War, we were propagandizing that the German soldiers were crushing the heads of the Belgian babies against the walls. I think we were doing a good job. We had to weaken German morale. We had to arouse hostility towards Germany. The war was a very bloody war. We knew it was untrue. Speak about your problem, your report. Try to arouse the public opinion. I want you to know you do contribute to the Allied cause. We want this kind of report. Your mission is very important. Which means clearly telling me, Mr. Karski, you know and I know. It ain't so.
It's not true.
It's not true.
But it's good for the propaganda.
Yes. Speak about it.
Same problem as during First World War.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tu coupes.
Washington Karski 28.
I understand that you conveyed the requests of the Jewish leaders to all the people you met in England and
Right.
in the United States.
Yes.
And what is, without entering in the details of each one, of the answers of each one, what is your general appreciation of their answers? Your evaluation? Were they interested? Were they, or was it
I
considered by them as a minor
I understand.
affair?
Yes. The Allied government leaders, British and Americans, did not show interest in details, did not ask me questions to elaborate on my generalities, horrible, unprecedented, I saw it, etc. Next. People I met were actually the key people in the British and American government. Evidently for them, altogether Polish problem was not an essential problem. Now, within Polish problem, a young agent coming from Poland reporting on the Jews. The Jews had no country of their own. They were not members of the Allied Council.
Excuse me, do you think that you succeeded in your report, in the way you reported yourself? Do you think that you succeeded to convey the most essential fact, that it was the extinction, the extermination of a whole people?
Yes, in most cases, in no more detailed way, as you stated yourself at this moment. In most cases, I had no opportunity to enter into more details.
Why? Because you had no time?
Because they didn't ask me. How do you tell Eden, Roosevelt, Stimson, Cordell Hull? I want you to listen to me. I want you to give you details.
But for instance, to a man like Eden, did you have the opportunity to describe the death camp of Belzec and the story of the train with the quick line?
No,
Could you do this or
none
not?
whatsoever.
Impossible.
Impossible. I was counting, of course, every minute. Dr. Rettinger, you know, he was a sort of a chief of staff of General Sikorski, was with me. Again, I was briefed by him. You know, I don't know how much time Eden will give you. We had to work very hard that he altogether receives you. So
All right.
essentials. So now, I did state to Eden. Again, I was in the ghetto twice. I was in Belzec. In general terms, horrible, total helplessness. They are perishing. Without the outside help, they will perish, all of them. This is what the Jewish leaders asked me to say. And this is what is my conviction. Eden's answer. Mr. Karski, do I understand correctly that your report on this matter you passed to the Polish government? Yes, sir. I presume the Polish government will inform His Majesty's government on this subject. His Majesty's government will take proper action.
This was the answer.
This was the answer.
And Cordell Hull, Secretary of State of the United States.
Cordell Hull, total lack of interest altogether.
How did this lack of interest was shown?
My original statement, the same. Belzec, ghetto, 2-3 minutes, most general terms. The conversation was switched. Again, Poland. Does the government control your underground, by the way? Does the government have support? What do you expect from the American government? You realize we have the problem with the Soviet Union. Are your leaders aware? Territorial questions. How do you tell Cordell Hull, sir, stop, I want to talk? You understand?
I do. On the delegate of the Pope, Cicognani,
benign Archbishop, very friendly, treating me, calling me.
Pardon.
Jan Karski 29.
And the apostolic delegate, Archbishop Giovanni Cicognani,
Very friendly, benign. He called me several times my son, commending my activities. I reported to him again the Jewish part. He was very much interested in the Catholic Church, in the Catholic faith of the Polish people, who under present horrible circumstances, do they still follow the Holy Mother Church? All hierarchy is praying for us. You can be sure, my son, whatever you told me will be reported to proper ecclesiastical authorities. May God be with you.
and the Jews, and the Jews,
No reaction.
no reaction. And Spellman, Archbishop Spellman,
The same.
the same.
money the same, stretch the same. Mind you, I want to say again, for the sake of the record, that I don't say it in criticism or in condemnation of any one of them. They had their own problem. Catholic Church operates in any circumstances, under slavery, under feudalism, under Hitler, under Stalin. The Church has its own problems. The Church has to act. The Church has spiritual considerations.
But there was really no special comment or a sign of, let's say, compassion about the Jews.
This again, I want to be precise. 35 years passed. What was some particular comment of any one of them on the subject? Did they answer, horrible? Did they answer? I don't remember this. I can. You understand my problem.
Yes,
I don't want to lie. I don't want to be imprecise.
And now let's come to the influential American Jews. Let's take Rabbi Stephen Wise, president of the World Jewish Congress.
First, as a personality, dignified. He looked like a philosopher, evidently aware of his importance, very friendly, matter of fact. He impressed me. He impressed me because he was asking me many questions, not so much on the ghetto or on Belzec camp, but questions pertaining to the help of the Jews in Poland.
Excuse me, but were you able, for instance, to describe the Belzec camp?
Yes.
On the train?
Yes. Yes.
How did he react?
Frankly, I don't remember. What I see, the way I see him, he is in my memory. Again, this kind of man, as I have him in my head, again, he was not emotional on this.
Means you remember Ziegelbaum, but you cannot remember Wise.
Yes. Ziegelbaum for obvious reasons, of course. Now, Rabbi Wise asking me many questions. For instance, money. If the financial help will go through the Polish government, is it effective? How do we do it? As a matter of fact, I had information on this subject. Mainly, if there is an emergency, the delegate of the Polish government has funds in Warsaw. He has funds in dollars, in pounds, in the Polish currency, in the German currency. Now, if there is an emergency and the Polish government instructs the delegate of the government in Poland to advance money immediately, the delegate has possibilities to do it. But of course, the delegate will expect that eventually this money in such a currency will be forwarded to him. He has his own budget. And so Wise was interested in the... yes, I want to say something which pertains to Goldman, I remember.
Okay, say it.
Goldman. Goldman, for instance. Well, first, personality. He looked like a businessman, he acted like a businessman. I don't know what was his profession, but again, very much interested in those technical problems, without emphasizing reprisals, bombing, mainly in what way the help could be given to the Jews. Mostly financial, medicine. How do I see this problem? Food, the currency and passports.
What did they say about the request from the Jewish leaders in Warsaw? I mean the retaliatory bombings of German towns, but with explanations on the executions of, let's say, war prisoners or German nationals. Did you mention this to them?
Oh, yes.
And what did they answer?
Again, on particular points, again, I wouldn't remember. Now, on the point, reprisal against German nationals and against German war prisoners, there was not a single individual, Jewish or non-Jewish. This cannot be done.
All right, but generally speaking, when the Jews are in Warsaw said that their problems, this means their destruction, couldn't be handled in a purely military manner, that one had to find something else. Did these people, these specific people, these Jews, did they understand this or not?
They did. I'm sure they did.
Was
I'm sure they did.
the same, rescue through victory?
No. They did understand this problem. They sympathized with the Polish Jews. Something has to be done in this respect. They will do their best. But this would end the
Did you have the feeling that they understood the fantastic emergency, that every day was too late? Because this is what you were in charge to convey.
I think they did not.
You think they did not?
They did not. It was a serious problem, a tragic problem. We are doing our best. So much can be done. The rest cannot be done. We are doing whatever we can do in this problem. Rather, from the Jewish leaders, I was getting this kind of reaction. And then Jewish leaders, most of them interested, how to do it, this everyday help. Goldman, as I mentioned, very much interested in the question of passports.
Do you recall your meeting with, this is a British one, Richard Law, who is now Lord Coleraine, and who was in April '93 the British delegate to the conference of Bermuda conference, the so-called refugee question.
He was parliamentary under-secretary,
yes,
for the Foreign Service, for the Foreign Office in 1943.
Do you remember?
I think that he was more disinterested than others.
More disinterested?
Yes, than others. In this particular part of my mission. But I do not remember, any particular points whatsoever. Somehow it stands in my mind.
Yes.
I may be unfair. You realize I met dozens and dozens of people 35 years past. And I know I shouldn't.
I ask you a question to yourself now. What is the meaning of Belzec when one is in Washington?
Washington Karski 30.
I don't know how to put this question because it's difficult to formulate. What is the meaning of Belzec or of Treblinka seen from Washington or from New York? I talk at the time, or from London. Did for yourself, for instance, when you were reporting every day, like a machine, as you said, did you Did you remember Belzec when you were here in Washington?
Yes.
Yes,
Of course, not in the way I remember it now. As I mentioned, now I am much weaker emotionally, so I break down, I avoided. At that time, yes, I was a machine. I was a reporter.
But how do you judge the people who, through what you said, didn't grasp the real meaning of what it was? Is it possible to grasp Belzec when one lives in Washington, a complete other world?
At that time,
Yes.
probably not. Probably not. It might have been possible if every one of those individuals actually was there. Because now, all of us, we are intelligent people. It was unprecedented. This kind of things really never happened for a normal human being, educated, having political responsibility, a leader. All of us, we know, our brain, our concepts can operate only within certain limits, mainly what the environment puts, books, knowledge, information, puts into our brain.
And another
At a certain point, probably our brains are not able to grasp certain
Another
things.
question, there were many horrors during this war, and there are many horrible things which happened since the war up till now. And do you think that something can today be compared with the destruction of the Jews?
No,
No.
I don't know any. Throughout human history, I don't know of anything which could be compared. This is the
Up
problem.
till now.
Even now, take the problem, the Second World War. Every nation suffered. And I don't hesitate to say, probably the Russians suffered the most. 20 million people destroyed. And then the Greeks come in line. I know about it. And then Serbs come in line. And then Poles come.
Washington Karski 31.
Now a question could be asked. And as a matter of fact, at various stages of this film, this question emerged. Is there any comparison between what happened to the European Jews during the Second World War? Could it be compared to any happening in the past history? Whatever I know about history, totally unique. It was a problem in itself, unprecedented historically. Humanity, one could say, healthy humanity, rational humanity, which did not see it with their own eyes, were not actually there. They had no precedent to compare. As you know, I mentioned this. 35 years past. I have been conditioned by the American environment. Now, naturally, in my mind, I know it was true. I cannot handle it. What I saw in this respect, Jewish extermination is incomprehensible for me. I cannot handle it. I can handle perfectly well Polish problem. I discuss it in my classes. Czech, Serb, Russian. I understand, I comprehend. I could speak about it calmly, rationally. History is cruel to many nations, to many individuals. I ran away. I tried to eliminate what I saw as far as the Jews were concerned. Now, not only history did not see such an event before, nothing happened since then which could be compared. Of course, again, history is cruel. Nations fight, individuals hate, political considerations enter the picture, conquest, torture, prison, collective responsibility, wars, victorious wars, defeats in the wars. Well, we see it now. We look around the world. We have it. Nothing can be compared with this. The problem is this is unique. This is unprecedented. So who could, probably, this is my speculation, comprehended, probably you would have actually, you would have to take Lord Selborne and place him in Belzec. Of course, this is impossible. Lord Selbornes do not end their lives in Belzec. They end their lives in bed, regardless whether war was won or lost. This is this uniqueness, which I'm sure even now humanity does not grasp. Nazi Germany, Hitler, total defeat. Hitler died like a rat, self-inflicted death. Naturally, in despair, in frustration, humanity betrayed him. He lost. Germany lost the war. And now again you have a unique situation. He won a war. He won a war against the Jews. All his plans, all his policy, totally successful. He won. Even this is unprecedented.
He won this war, yes.
Yes. A victory on such a scale, which means 5 to 6 million people of the same group, and this means all of them destroyed. This is unprecedented. This is unique. It didn't happen before. It didn't happen since.
Yes.
Tu coupes quand tu veux, tu feras des plans. Tu feras des plans sur moi, ce qu'on avait dit dans la
Washington, Karski 33.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce travail là?
Coupe.
Annonce.
Washington, Karski 34.
Now, after a few months of my secret activities reporting on the situation in Poland, secret reports, it became evident. I saw too many people. I became known. Decision was made. I am not going back to Poland during the war. From that moment, I began my activities. I delivered over 200 lectures. Either I contributed to articles, or I wrote articles, or I inspired articles by more talented writers than I was.
This means you talk to everybody.
Yes, in the most important dailies of Great Britain and the United States. Eventually my book was published. My book...
Show me turn the pages.
My book became very popular. It became Book of the Month Club.
Yes.
Now, as a result of my, again, lectures, activities, and the book, all over the American press,
Show me.
Show
me.
The British press, articles emerged. Soviet Russia official magazine published, by the way, also articles. Here you have mostly American, you have the same naturally in France. Eventually, my book was published in France, Sweden, Norway.
Yes, but all this was after the war. What
After the
interests
war.
me is what was done during the
So
war.
these are the articles, reviews, either of my various lectures or on my book. Well, you have them here.
Yes, there are many.
Congressional record.
Everything was known. Time
magazine.
New York Herald.
New York Herald Tribune. The American Mercury. My visit to the Warsaw Ghetto. Colliers.
Washington Karski 35.
Well, look here. Articles,
Yes, this is New
reviews,
York Herald Tribune.
which were published in the most important papers.
Philadelphia Inquirer.
New York, Bazaar,
Bazaar. San Francisco Chronicle.
Pittsburgh, Boston, Massachusetts, Poland Fights, Congress Weekly. This was, of course, Jewish. The American Mercury,
Colliers.
Colliers,
With such
a feature magazine with some artists which try to depict evidently Belzet's camp on my report.
It's well done, no?
Yes, essentially it does give the spirit of it, if not naturally details.
Yes.
My point is,
They knew everything.
the public opinion knew at that time. Evidently the governments knew. Evidently very important intellectuals knew. I have to say, many of them did try to do their best. With a, however, final result, Hitler won his war.
In spite of this.
Yes.
It's rather suggestive.
The Jews were left alone to perish. Unhelped. Unhelped.
Washington, Karski 36. Washington, Karski 37.
But you can stay, yes, stay normal, like this. Not so fast.
Well, the public opinion, as well as the governments of the Allied nation, cannot say that they didn't know.